check. What have you got for me?
Ta-da. Oop, 1 second. Okay. What do we have here? A new strat? New strat? Who's excited for some high level 84 cluster farming? Probably not what you guys think it's going to be. I bet you have no idea what the breakdown of loot is going to look like. I do, of course, but it's only because I've been testing stuff. Kind of a surprising one for you guys today. We're just going to jump right in. Actually, I think I want to start off with this screen here. 1 second, let me figure out how I want to navigate this. Let's see, we go there, we go delirium orbs. Fragments? Yeah. Arabs? Well, you're just in time, man. You can type exclamation point Atlas if you want, but oh, I see. I didn't. Yeah, I'll fix that. Hold on. I didn't put that part in there, huh? Let's see here. I'll fix it on YouTube too. It's been updated and on the command on Twitch. And I will update the description of YouTube right now. Today's day 10, right? I don't even know. That's what I wrote. I think it is. Who knows? Okay, let's get things kicked off, shall we? Can I show Atlas, please? I need you to please hold on. You can look at the description of the YouTube video if you can't wait another, like 2 minutes. Because we are starting a video right now. What's up, guys? It's new. It's back. It's here. Item level 84 cluster farming has returned. I've been working very hard trying to examine a few different ways to maybe make this farm real again. Unfortunately, it's kind of a shadow of its former self. You guys might remember the tier 17 maps item level 84 area meant that delirium rewards, infinite mirror delirium rewards, spammed item level 84 clusters in our face, like dozens of them in a given map, and it was clearly the way to farm those clusters and made a boatload of currency. Up until the point when they deleted it. Well, what did that do? That put the market in shambles. Take a look at my screen here. You can see the item level 84 cluster market right here. This is not what it used to look like. We used to not get this much, or let's see, how should I say it? Clusters in general used to not cost this much for this item level. Yes, there was usually 1 or 2 that were in the several divine range, but not like several that were worth around half a divine or so. And so now I'm thinking, how could I farm a bunch of these clusters if I really put my mind to it? If I was going into it thinking I want to drop as many item level 84 clusters as I can in as short a period of time as I can. That's basically what the crux of the strategy you're about to see is. There's something else I want to show you too that's a little different than what I'm used to seeing. If we scroll down here, we can check Delirium orbs. This market is also down bad. These are worth a lot compared to normal. Basically, these aren't even accurate. They're actually selling for around 10 divines minimum. Like the cheapest one, 10, or not divines, sorry, 10 chaos minimum. Cheapest one, 10 chaos, and then, you know, they go up from there, obviously. And then if we go to fragments, I'll see something else that's a little bit interesting too. You know that little thing called simulacrum that nobody ever runs anymore? Well, I guess people are running them. Maybe for item level 84 clusters. Not a very good way of getting them. I checked that out myself recently. Maybe get like 2 or 3 on average. You spend a whole bunch of time in there. Obviously, you're farming other things in there as well. But look, they're worth over 42C. I'm pretty sure like last league or the league before, they're worth about 10. 10C. And so, farming simulacrum splinters, delirium orbs, and item level 84 clusters all at the same time, not going to make a bad strat. So, that's where we kick it off. All right. So here we go. In game, let's talk about the setup. As you can see behind the scenes, we're going to be kicking Rogue Exile ass today. Slamming as many of them on the map as I possibly can. Why would I do that? Well, I'm going to take you a sneak peek to one very special, super important Atlas notable paranoid fixation. Delirious unique monsters in your maps have a 2% chance to drop an additional cluster jewel. That's not a percent increase chance, it's a flat straight up 2% chance. Now that sounds like a small number, but it's actually a huge number relative to like how uncommon these drops are. That's not all. Remember those delirium orbs that are worth a whole bunch right now? Yeah, 1% chance to drop those too. So if you're able to put, you know, a ton of unique enemies into a map, you're going to be making some value out of there. We'll get back to the Atlas in a second. Let's go back in here so we can see the scarabs. It is triple anarchy. And I would run 5 anarchy, but I'm not going to do that because we get more bang for a buck by throwing in a partnership and gigantification in here as well. It reminds me a little bit of Wisped Rogue Exile farms from before, but we're not using them up that way. They are kind of challenging. They are going to be ghosted and everything, but we're not really going for the raw loot so much as the delirium rewards that we would get from them. As far as the maps, it actually doesn't matter, really, what you run. You're best off running some decent quant maps, though, because simulacrum splinters are determined by these. The delirium rewards indirectly are as well. The amount of delirium orbs we'll get from those rewards, because, you know, the more pack size, the more quant you have and everything, the more those rewards will pile up. But this will not at all affect that specialized 2 and 1% flat drop rate on there. So you don't have to worry too much about the quality of the maps. I made sure these were all 8 mod corrupted, and I actually made sure they were all 100% quant or higher because it was easy to buy them with that in mind. So very, very easy to acquire maps, not nightmare maps, not boss rushing for once. There is a variation of doing this on Abomination, which I might show you in a future video, but today I thought I'd do something a little different and bring you to the Strand map. Going back to Strand, the good old reliable, super fast, clear the whole map straight through linearly. It's a fun way to play, as many of you are aware. Now we'll go to the Atlas. Every single point that has anything to do with Rogue Exiles is taken. Go figure. Don't really need to talk much about that. Slamming on additional ones. Rogue Trader is not mandatory, but it's nice because it puts a homing beacon on some of them. And you get some extra rewards here occasionally. Let's see here. I thought about taking significant troves, but when I tested this out, I was barely dropping any scarabs. So I decided not to focus on scarabs on this farm. Anyway, focusing a little more on quant. Could take the increased effect of explicits all the way through, though I think there's like 4 points I'm not taking. I never don't take remarkable relics. This still matters for the Eldritch Altar Scarab rewards, so it's kind of good to take that. Went ahead and kind of just put everything into Delirium, going both for the increased chance to get Delirium Orbs at the end, increased chance to drop Cluster Jewels, which I don't think affects this in particular, but still decent thing to do it with. You know, getting the boss spawn, maybe getting some extra layers. You can do different things with these points if you want. You just really have to take all of the Rogue Exile and some of the relevant Delirium stuff. You don't really want to take on Ending Nightmare for this because farming those Delirium Orbs is a big deal. The other thing I spent points on was Heist. Why would I do that? Well, I'll just put it to you this way. Go online and look up the value of the experimental enchanted heist blueprint. Enough said. That's why I'm doing that. There's not really much else to do with these points. I forgot to bring you guys back in here. I'm not even reading what you say. Aren't clusters only expensive after they've been rolled? No. Those were baseline values for those that we saw earlier. Right then, the investment cost. Oh, you're going to love this. 9 chaos per map. 4 chaos per 8 mod corrupted T16 because that's what they go for. Pre-rolled. And 1 chaos apiece for these. A little less, a little more. You know, if you sit on the currency exchange on it, you'll pay only like 2 or 3 chaos for all of these Garibs, pretty much. So, 9 chaos per map. We don't have to get a lot of drops to make our currency back. Okay, I swear I didn't set this up so that the very next map I dropped the Searing Exarch thing. Oh, I should probably mention that. I was running Eater of Worlds, but A, the monsters spawn slower, and B, you have to spend a few extra points to get over there, and I didn't like how slow the monsters spawn. I want them spawning fast. I run through the strand map of just beeline straight through. And now I'm going to show you with the first map showcase. I'm going to try to get in the habit of timing these runs, if I can, so we can keep a real close eye on the amount of time it takes. Full link to the VOD, linked in the description of the YouTube video. You see the icons over there, so I know for a fact that's where Rogue Exile is. Probably Giant. Believe it or not, in that split second there, I killed like 4 or 5 Rogue Exiles. Because the Giants fell apart into like 2 more, and then each of those 2 can spawn. You can get up to, let's see, it would be 6 Rogue Exiles out of 1. If it's procs both Partnership and Gigantification on both. Each one would break down into 2 more, and that will give you a total of 6 unique enemy kills. And so we're already slamming on like an extra 15 Rogue Exiles, plus naturally spawning ones, plus sometimes we might spawn Ruckus, which is a huge amount, and I don't know, maybe that's what happened to this map, because that is a lot of them right there. So, I mean, I just killed like 12 unique monsters all at once right there. You might be wondering, where's the loot? Actually, I'm using the Omega Strict filter here, so I'm not going to see all of the cluster jewels, just the ones that are decent. I will see every single 1% proc Delirium Orb, though. So that will be nice when that happens. But it's not that uncommon to run through a whole map and not get anything here. Actually, we only average maybe, I think at most, 1 item level 80 cluster jewel per map doing this. It might not seem like much, but you factor in how quick these maps are. It's not that bad. Take a look at this. You get around 100 Simulacrum Splinters every map. Get those Delirium rewards. And considering how fast I ran that, and considering how cheap the map is, I'm going to make decent currency. With or without those jackpot clusters. Playing with some bark skin lately. Normally a character like mine right here, with even with this gear threshold, would be struggling to stay alive on some of these monsters, but not been too bad since adopting a bark skin setup. I'm gonna have to make a video on this at some point. We're just driving through all this. Unfortunately, I haven't seen anything on the filter drop from one of these. Actually, kind of surprising that I haven't seen even a Delirium Orb. No matter. 1.5 minute maps. Even including the hideout. Ooh, a good scarab. There's some scarab dupes in here. Everybody's talking about this Merc strat now. These scarabs aren't even that uncommon. I'll make sure I clear the whole map on this one. Starting to second guess the blueprints are on my filter. I haven't seen one in ages. Astrolabe, okay. Why am I not picking up charts? I didn't know they sell for 7C baseline. I didn't think they sold for anything unless it was Kishar or one of the special ones. Thought about doing the Wildwood on this, but decided not to. Alright, we got a cluster jewel drop. 8 passive elemental. This one that's like barely on the filter. It might be like 20C or something like that. This is a great strat for farming the League mechanic, by the way. Yeah, if you wanted to. I mean, it would be good for that. There's a Delirium, first Delirium orb drop. I changed the filter so it actually shows up like orange. Make sure I don't miss it. The shot wealth and mindset said I re-rolled to this and say I'm so happy I did blasting C17 Dally map and even 3 Dallys with my gear and less than 100 div except Headhunter. Cool, cool, nice. Did you run the bark skin variation? I'm curious. Wait, 12 passive lightning isn't on the list? Nice. Yeah, it's taken me a while to really find out for sure, but I was able to finally verify. I'm definitely way more survivability than I had before. I think with or without armor, actually. It's mainly on the account of the spell suppress and reduce spell damage taken. That's primarily that. Be back. Not the same as before, but all right. Yeah, actually, apparently that's not worth anything. That lightning one. Oh, I'm level 83. Okay, never mind. Huh, crazy. It would have had to drop off like a normal mob or something. Well, that makes sense. If I start this build with 130 div, what version would you recommend? The League Start version, plus Thread of Hope, Unnatural Instinct, and 8 passive bow cluster, and then farm up Headhunter. You'd be like halfway to Headhunter with all that. Alright, I got something to kill these guys. No reason. Okay, I know I don't have blueprints blocked. But why am I not ever seeing them? Build looks awesome. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. 140 Simulacrum Spling is a no daily orb.
Nothing good. I was on this dark shore.
Recently got the Esh modded body armor in here. It's going to do a lot for damage, especially since I was short on shock effect. Huh, was that a Rogue Exile basic currency? Hey, a Delirium Orb too. Which level threshold? It has less to do with level and more to do with when you get Fury Valve and Heat Shiver and the tincture's up and running. I mean, I guess like level 75 or 80, probably minimum.
Make a call.
Oh. I gotta fix my filter. Not showing blueprints. Enchanted ones would probably show, but I don't think this will show full revealed ones. They can't differentiate that. Pause the timer real quick and fix that. Wasn't showing enchanted ones. Wow. I caught that early. I just switched this filter this league today, so. I thought about putting more points into maps. Map drops for nightmare maps, but yeah. Let's see. Didn't we used to do this in nightmare maps? We used to do it in T17 maps. Bloodline scared. Random? They don't drop specifically in nightmare maps, but I mean they can. The same as these maps. They have the same rate of drop. There's no like secret sauce to dropping a ton of Isle Voided clusters like there used to be though. Which is exactly why they're worth so much now. This is very much just kind of one of those blast through map. Occasionally you drop something with some high jackpot potential. I did drop a 12 passive minion clustered testing this strat. Sold for 12 divines. Not updated yet. Now it is. Daily orb. One thing I'm really glad that I realized is farming heists. This is actually a pretty crazy smuggler cash farm. Because I mean, you can't miss one. You can't like take a wrong turn and have to backtrack or something for it. It's just straight down the line. How do you roll the maps? Just 8 mod corrupted. I don't roll the maps. I just buy them with the regex I want. It was very easy to get these. When I checked, there were over 1,000 on trade that passed my regex test. So I mean, I was buying them. I had a regex in game too. And I'd go to somebody's hideout. They'd have a sleeve full of them, and I'd buy like 5 to 10 at once off of them. Piece of cake. I mean, it was so easy. I went in and made them like all 100%, or not 100% quant. So they're like above average 8 mod corrupted maps, I guess, like quant wise. Not top end, but you know. Do I think it's worth farming ore? I have no idea. I wouldn't, personally. The value of that strat, whatever it is it's baked into being the shield chase, you know? I don't want to do that. The slapping shield. Erie's Ire. Huh. Not worth nothing. 6 chaos. Woo.
Nothing good washes up his dark.
Already gained a bar of XP at 99. Adaptation.
You've had a sail.
Hello, go with courage.
Uh-oh. 12 passive shield. The first big cluster. I don't think it's actually a really big one. I think it's like probably not even one divine. It'll definitely be worth something because it wouldn't have shown up there if it wasn't. Not a tink. Even just getting like 1 or 2 deli orbs at the end of the map is crazy. 1 deli orb pays for the cost of the map. Actually, this is a bit of a scam. It's only 10C. I don't know why it drops to the tank. Unlucky. It might be a holdover from before. That used to be worth a lot a couple leagues ago when that cluster was meta. Well, I see it in the right place. Pause the timer again. My freaking web browser is just like bricked right now. I have to. I gotta delete some Chrome tabs. Apparently. While holding a shield. Okay. I'll have to refine the filter over time for the clusters. It's better that something shows up when it shouldn't than it not showing up when it should. So, the way I look at it. Astrolabe? No. Can if you want. I don't really want to mess with that. Plus they drop and they're worth a fair bit. Three scarabs. The icon's so good for like a build like mine where I have to actually aim initially to hit the target. I would have so died if I didn't have Bark Skin there. I would have died like 3 times over. Apparently the exiles that spawn in after the giant dies just die instantly from the AoE that still exists from the previous arrows. Kind of insane. Oh yeah, scry the fortunate card over here. I forgot to mention that. You can scry whatever you want. But I want to get kind of regulated results. Extra juiced map. Probably had to be Ruckus. .84 medium is just kind of mid cluster.
Let me guess. I still abide, but you seem to be going the wrong way.
Get a lot of splinters doing that blight. Going a little slower than I thought it was. Ambush Scarab, 3%. Oh, really?
Approach, challenger.
Think your God wants to choose. The God will answer for me.
Can I get one containment? Which filter is the one for clusters? If you do Insane Strict, you'll see every single eye level 84 cluster as like a baseline drop. And you can like 5 to 1 them, or like you can use that one to track how many you're dropping. But Omega Strict is set up so that like only the good clusters show up. Preferably only ones that are worth like 10 chaos or more. Maybe like 7 or 8 chaos would still drop. That's the intended range. The filter, for the most part, updates itself when they start moving around, but... yeah. $90? I thought it was gonna be like 150.
Orders in. Was a long journey, but the exchange went well.
You can't use this dream.
you want to think to yourself, every time you see, because we're seeing 100% of the deli orbs that drop off these guys, anytime you see a deli orb, just think to yourself, oh, that means in that amount of time he dropped 2 cluster jewels somewhere that weren't on the filter. Spicy. 3 orbs.
There's a fair breeze on the wind
Well,
today.
first 20 done. Unfortunately, we didn't get hardly anything in the way of clusters, but I mean, you guys are gonna be surprised how much loot this is in how short a period of time, or how low the investment is. How can you drop 84s? If a unique enemy drops... Well, actually, you don't drop 84s unless it drops from a magic monster, but you drop 85s. Because we have a 2% chance per unique enemy to drop 1. So we're going here and we type cluster. See, it's 85. Item level 85. Item level 85. Virtually all of them will be 85. I might have like 1 84 in there in the end. Like random cluster drop off a magic monster, especially for a farm like this, is super rare. That flat 2% drop, I mean, that's where the vast majority of them is going to come from. It's not really balanced around somebody slamming a freaking ton of rogue exiles onto the map and like trying to, you know, rush the map at the same time. I'm basically trying to kill as many unique enemies as I can in as short a period of time as I can. That's really just the best way to think of this farm. I don't care that much about their like core drops or whatever. That's not what this is. I mean, that Divine Orb was probably a core drop, I don't know. But Rogue Exiles are designated to drop 1 basic currency at minimum. So, could be them too. But cluster prices don't really reflect the effort needed to farm them. I mean, I agree if you're doing exclusively that, but like, you drop them in Simulacrum while farming Megalomaniacs and Voices. You drop them in Breach, Delirium, Reward, you know, Deli Orbed Breach maps off Magic Breach mobs, just randomly. Now and then. Like, basically, the people are dropping I-level 84 clusters sparingly here and there on a variety of farms. But there is just no way to like mass produce them. We got a small cluster there, but it's not the one. Oh, dang it, I forgot to put the amelioration. I thought about the amelioration like 2 maps ago and I forgot. I had 2 bars. I had like barely over 2 bars of XP. Bruh. We got Grand Embers here, so these are worth like 6C a piece. I should know, I just bought a ton of them. Wait, is that? Yeah, and like, see, I just dropped a Deli Orb there. Every Deli Orb is worth at least 10C right now. That's no small thing. Like, we're gonna drop deli orbs now and then from these guys too. And then we obviously get deli orbs at the end of the map as well.
My mana is gone.
Got a couple of those astrolabes now. Strand is really one of those cast on death portal maps. Accidentally let a less accuracy map slip in here. I bet you not even close to half of the ilvl 84 clusters in the market are actually from simulacrums. If you have delirium, if you're farming T16, you have delirium at all on the map, you have at least a small chance of getting an ilvl 84 cluster, like automatically. The thing is though, like the raw cluster drop rate is ridiculously small. Even if you're doing like insane juicing stuff, it's still like you get like 1 every 10 maps or something, maybe maybe. I'm talking like max juice. For example, you know, breach, instability breach last league, risk scarabs and all.
Exile.
I don't know why Deli gave the same eye level as the area. I haven't played since Mercs. It's a very different game now. I don't know what you mean exactly. It's always the level of the delirium is always the same as the level of the area. Simulacrum is different, but only that. Like every wave scales up the area level, basically.
You only get one first impression. I still abide by the some will call you a coward.
Oh, really? What is this? Oh, I wasn't supposed to run, especially double as extra. Huh, that's weird. I made sure I didn't have any combo minus max as extra, and this is the minus max double as extra and fizz reflect. Actually, sorry, fizz reflect doesn't matter anymore. I'm reflect immune. But minus max plus double as extra is a little bit much. Before headhunter buffs. Actually, I don't really get many headhunter buffs in the strat unless I spawn a legion. Oh my god. What the hell? Why'd it have to be like the... Nana's safe in here. Yeah, I took like 6 boss altars there. Hello, is there any stream where you craft your current bow? I do really want to craft the same. No, there is not.
Nothing good.
It's meant to be crafted with contempt essences, not actually triple T1. Mine is a bit of a fluke. A super lucky fluke. I fractured Merciless using the all flame crafting, of course. Another divine. What in the world? Divines are common. That's strat. That's weird. And then I contempt essence till I hit T1 hybrid. And its prefix cannot be changed. Reforge speed like several times until you get isolated T1 speed, attack speed. Prog speed is competing in there though, so it's a bit of a problem. And it can brick the prefixes too, if you close up the suffixes and have to annul. After that, its prefix cannot be changed. Veiled Exalted Orb with the All Flame for the 1 and 2. Actually, sorry, it can roll up to 3 modifiers. Prefix can't be changed, so it's like a 1 in 3 chance. Twice over if you proc the All Flame. It's pretty easy to get that. And you block before unveiling with a charge mod. Any charge mod is fine. Hoping for either double damage or crit hybrid. And that's it. The most precarious part of the craft is actually the reforged speed part. Getting the first suffix. Because it risks your prefixes after you've already finished them. Hopefully I get at least one experimental blueprint. I don't know why I haven't even got one enchanted one yet. I'm getting scammed. Seeing a Deli Orb proc kind of regularly now. Oh, to get my head around, the cluster came from Deli Rewards and not drops. Yeah, well, the way to farm eye level 84 clusters back when we had area level 84 maps from T17s was spamming them off the Deli Rewards, right? But now you can't. There is no such thing as area level 84 except Valdo maps, and there are no Valdo maps with Delirium, so, or at least not in any reliable way, at the very least. Or especially insofar as you can't, your atlas doesn't calculate into that, and then so you can't run like permadeli mirror in a Valdo map. The real secret was permanent delirium spawned more cluster rewards. Another Deli Orb. Another Deli Orb. Must be dropping a lot of clusters behind the scenes. Trying to follow the build, farming maps. It feels like pretty much too hard to down the boss. 2 maps out of 3. If you like to extend, I don't know where you do much div. I mean, in most cases, that kind of comment that's revolving around you not regexing out dangerous mods and or tank mods for the monsters. I have a regex, use the strict one on there, and you know, if you're still struggling on those, I don't know what to say after that, but like, you can go pretty hard on the regex and purchase maps that way. I don't recommend rolling them yourself, but just purchasing them up. Basically, every more monster life, every EHP mod that's like monsters can, you know, get endurance charge, win hit, have more life, energy shield is extra life, minus player accuracy, minus player AoE. I just don't run any of that shit. The price of devotion. Alright, well, this farm wins, guys. Hey, I finally got a good div card from that. I thought that was impossible these days. Oh, wow. Now I'm definitely playing Searing Exarch all night long. Oh, guys, this is an Eldritch Altar farm. Oh, hey, Deli Orb. Okay. It's just yet another Eldritch Altar farm. What are you gonna do? Obviously, that's a highlight. I mean, I'm farming cards insofar as I typically take the minion option. I mean, I am actually reading it, so whatever shows up. This one's 27 divines. I got a Hinacore lock actually today from Mappers, by the way. This is a recent craft. I'm reflect immune, by the way. And got the rest of the 30% ailment here, and then we get 50% reflect here, and then 50% here, and yeah, now I don't need ailment avoidance on the body armor. Yeah, I think I almost got a Hinacore lock from a mapper before a Divine Orb from a mapper. I think I got one Divine Orb prior to the lock drop. Ain't that something? The boss wasn't actually under the effect of delirium there. It's funny.
The face which is acting under a stranger.
Medium cluster. What that Deli Orb doing there? There we go. Five passive prog. That was good last league. I wouldn't have even gone down there if it weren't for the icons. The icons over their head. Nice. Maybe I should do tradition with this strat. I thought about testing. I didn't test it though. The problem is it would like quadruple the investment cost of the strat, and it's kind of dumb. And I would lose a ton of exiles doing that.
Approach, challenger.
I just want to hear the sound effect. Dude, that guy got one shot off screen. What? Uh-oh. Land Embers, high drop rate. Can't get with the fact that these are worth like 6 chaos apiece. Well, death was a nice silver lining on that death. What? Medium oh my god. Only medium cluster drops today, I guess. Just taking me to school on this map. Thought on damnation card farming? Consult red vials. That's my thoughts. Something about divination and plenty farming, I think. I don't know.
Hello, farewell.
Seems like a fine farm to me, but for whatever reason, I'm just not very interested in that one.
They are watching you from this world. Can you feel them?
What is... I still don't know. What makes the blueprints drop enchanted? What's the criteria for that? Spawn the ton of extra exiles here. Oh, the Huck, that's why I didn't know. 'Cause I always read the Huck one as being just about him. Got it. I was looking for it earlier, and I was like, where does it come from? I don't know where it comes from. Right, because they removed the Mirage enchants, and do people want that? Replica and Currency or Scarabs mod? Oh my god. Do I have all eye level 84 clusters, Sean? Nope. I do not. I did when I was testing it, but I don't now. I mentioned before, if you want a sense of how frequently they're dropping, just every time you notice me drop a Deli Orb, just think to yourself that was 2 clusters that dropped. I'm dropping like an average of 1 eye level 84 cluster per map. That's pretty much the reality of it. Now that cluster was just the Deli reward. So it's going to be 83. It's worth like, apparently like 4C. I think it was worth like 10C a couple days ago. Oh well. That map was like missing half the mobs in it. Eight passive minion off the Deli reward. Deli orb. Try to help you guys get a sense of it. I'll report every time I drop a Deli orb. From a Rogue Exile, that is. Not like off Delhi rewards.
True strength comes from within.
That Sentinel's pretty good on a strat like this. Feel like I picked the pace up a bit. Finding my groove. Here's my enchanted blueprint at. It's crazy. I haven't seen one yet. Are we done? But it seems to work only when I put the first and not the last. What? You choose one of the quotations. The whole regex is in quotes, so if you want like you take the long quote for the strict one, you put that in there. Astrolabe.
fair breeze on the wind today, wouldn't you say, Exile?
It's not gonna look so good if I fail to drop a single
Hello.
good cluster.
Journey well.
It wasn't amazing on the test run, but it was promising enough. I mean, even last session, or the last video session, 100 maps, beyond farming, I dropped 3 12 passive spell clusters, each worth like 2 or 3 div. And that wasn't even as, there weren't anywhere near as many unique monsters on that farm as there is this one.
My mana is gone.
Ghost buff is in. No kidding. I mean, it's Soul Eater is what's doing most of the work here, but yeah. Yeah, the ghost is the speed. Zoom, zoom. Another astrolabe. Feels good though. I mean, it's nice change of pace, just to spam strand like this.
Okay, you're looking a little pale, Exile.
What is the percent chance? Dude, 15% my ass. Should have seen several of them by now. Portal see-through on the Delirium ground effect. That's nice. GGG's working so hard to allow us to see ground effects more easily. I get it. Oh wow, this is gonna have a lot of exiles. What the hell? Destructive play for the bosses. Sorry, what does that do again? I forget. Extra bosses isn't gonna like make up for. It'll be like a drop in the bucket for how many unique enemies I'm killing. I'm killing like 60 unique enemies every map, basically. I don't think it would mean much. Unless it's something that doesn't cost anything to do. Was that like Maven influence thing? Like, don't you have to run different maps or something? Like, it's for Maven influence maps? Yeah, I'm not doing that. Plus, if I was doing that, I wouldn't have the price of devotion that I have currently.
Got some wealth for you. You've got a
It's hard to argue with that. Couple Maven chisels or price of devotion? Choices. Choices. What's that? 10 passive... Wait, really? 10 passive minions is a tink? That's how down bad minion players are. It's like the worst... Well, actually 9 is probably worse. 10 passive min... Any passive minions is basically a tink right now. I didn't expect that to be a tink. Alright. Like 45C. Can you believe a 10 passive cluster jewel is 45C base? In what world does that make sense?
Decisions must. Your life has been one.
How did you farm clusters though? What was your method? I thought the blight lane thing might be promising, but it takes too long to do the maps, and then for whatever reason the rewards sucked. I never even got like oil rewards. I don't know what the deal was. Delirium orb. Alright, enchanted blueprint, come on. Oh, what? Wait, what is awakening? Okay. So what's the other source of currency? Maven chisels, I guess? Damn, we got a enchanted blueprint finally, but it's a garbage one. Oh, well. Oh, conch maps and stuff. Do you self-sustain conch maps doing that?
I'm not up to that just yet.
Oh, I turned down boss drops divination scarabs. Bad form. Literally every divination scarab is valuable. Okay, cool. You probably don't get like hardly any simulacrum splinters, right?
You cannot stop.
Dude, where has that card been? I haven't seen a fortunate card in like 20 maps. Twelve passive attack. Maybe not so good. Place to die. It's the first time I've died where it's like actually cost me a bit of time. Yeah, I don't like City Square either.
Sold something
I'm
while
somewhat aware of those kind of farms. City Square boss rushing. I contemplated it for this farm, but I was like, I did run a couple City Squares, not necessarily with the right atlas, but just to like refamiliarize myself with the layout, and I don't like it. I don't like how open it is. It's like wide effing open. Always feel disoriented. Are the bosses in front of the barricade? Are they behind the barricade? Yeah. Fucks Delimere, definitely. I did some Toxic Sewer today, too. Trying Blight. This, a variation of cluster farming and Blight.
Nothing
I would average like
is ours.
1 or 2 cluster jewels per map doing that, but the maps just take too long. And the value of what I was dropping otherwise is just not there. I don't know what else to say. It's been so long since I've done Blight farming, maybe I'm just noob at it now. Yeah, Lane only spawns bosses. It's like 2 Blight Scarabs that dramatically increase the boss spawn rate. You do get like 20 or 30 bosses to spawn. You're not really spawning more bosses in a map, or more unique enemies in a map than I have here, though. Especially when you factor in the Wild Rogue Exiles proc. Especially when you factor that in. Damn, I'm beating the mirror. Killed the exiles and boss without the mirror. I was standing in it, but they were not.
You've got a fair.
Greetings. Go with courage.
Whoops. We're gonna have to get some good RNG in the back end for this. I obviously can't count Prize of Devotion in the results of this strat. It's way too rare. Evolution Shrine? To do what? To make magic mobs rare? They don't... It doesn't make rare mobs unique, right? Gully Orb. No, they don't turn into unique. What kind of unique mobs would they turn into, anyway? It's just normal to magic and magic to rare. It's sad we don't have Glacier on the map right now for the unique goats at the end. Yeah, true, that's... Yeah, I went to run that map, actually, and then realized it wasn't here.
Good washes up on this dark.
Maybe I'll revolve the strat around that map next time.
Choice, after all, you make I'm yours for now. Handle with care.
You could potentially combine, like, people doing the Merc strat. I don't know if they're farming it on Delhi or not, but you know, they would get, presumably, maybe they wouldn't get better drops, but they would get like deli orbs and clusters off of those guys.
Tread no further.
I did try that scarab that gives you wild mercs for your rogue exiles, but it doesn't outproduce the number of unique enemies as this. And without the other scarabs on there, like the drops suck. Make sure the deli is active. Yeah, actually I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know. What the heck, dude? Getting one guide.
You'll see. I will accept it. Some preservation or paladin.
Approach, challenger.
I'm not up to that.
No, I think you're right. Yeah, I'm using partnership. Is the Soul Eater Headhunter expensive because it's good or just really rare? I mean, yeah, it's a pretty good mod. I don't think it's as good as the regular one, especially if you're a Fizz build. Sorry, what's confusing about partnership, Scarab? Galley Orb. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, and in that situation, it felt like I didn't see hardly any. I'm guessing the Anarchy Scarab doesn't count as Rogue Exile, Wild Rogue Exiles. Is why. Because I'm pretty sure I did have one Wild Rogue Exile proc map. So like, if you get that, then you're gonna have a crazy number of unique enemies, but otherwise you're not. And those monsters are way more dangerous too. It's just I think they dropped even worse loot and they were more dangerous. Grand Embers. Let's go. Getting all these divine orbs from something I didn't. I would have guessed I got less than 5 divine orbs in the whole thing, but I'm already pushing like 8 or 9. The wrong small cluster. No. 2 passive reservation. No. No. Not like this. Not like that. Guys, I lost the coin flip for 6 divines. Oh.
Cast yourself into oblivion.
So it's still on my filter because it's worth like 10 chaos. It's like 10 chaos versus 6 divines. God. Damn. I have dropped a 3 passive.
Orders in.
Greetings. Farewell.
I dropped like every valuable scarab testing this earlier today. And I did like way less than 100 maps of it. Maybe 50 maps of it in total. Probably got a bit lucky, but still. How am I using 4 ores? I'm using like a level 6 precision aura. I didn't even mean to click on this.
Approach.
I'm using precision because it caps out my accuracy even at low level, and it's that combination plus the Watcher's Eye mods are sick on it. I have the crit multi and % damage. Deli Orb. Wrong enchanted one again. The Deli Orb.
My mana is full.
That ghosted buff is pretty crazy strong.
Stupid dog, you were chasing your own tail.
I would so love it if like Omniphobia dropped me a GG cluster. Because they normally can't drop a regular cluster, which is the funny part. It would just look funny if Omniphobia dropped like a real cluster. $11 passive minion. Alright guys, we're ramping. I dropped a 10 passive minion earlier. I dropped an 11 passive minion. It's still worth like 2 divines, I think, or 3. Next up on deck is 12 passive minion, 12 divines. No copium. Next one. Next one. It's gotta be it. It's gotta be, dude. That's kind of fun. There's still a lot of different things. I'm getting like super infuriated with the enchanted blueprints right now, but like you're chasing the experimental and currency or scarab enchanted blueprints. You're chasing obviously like full reveal blueprints are good too. Wow, I've scored jackpots on the full reveals. They're not worth that much anymore. I got 7 full reveal blueprints right now. That's pretty effing crazy. It's more than normal. They don't show up like special. What's your go-to comfort meal when you go outing Japan? Comfort meal? A nearby Tex-Mex restaurant? Food like from a home? Deli Orb. Really? Fuck off, man. I can't drop it.
This one's going to hurt.
Alright, for Japanese, I would say probably like curry udon. That's a pretty good answer, I think. Especially if you get some tempura in there. That cluster jewel had a funny name. Huh, never seen this cluster jewel. Just that when you drop me a bug to 13 passive. Ah, I thought for sure it was a cluster. Just a dumb Valdo box. God. Gosh. Are there my tanks? Well, I mean, it's ghosted max rogue exiles, and they're not Titanic, but 2 passive armor cluster. God damn, man. Give me a freaking break. The only 2 clusters even on my filter that are small. There's 3 clusters on my filter that are small. 2 passive armor, 2 passive reservation, and 3 passive reservation. That's it. And I've dropped 2 of the 3. SMH. SMH. You know what's actually going to show up at the top of the list? After, anyone want to guess what the highest currency earning item I drop in 100 maps is going to be? Not counting the Mage Blood card. Kind of an unfair question because the other things are split off depending on which they roll. But anyway, the answer is Simulacrums. Simulacrum will be the second line on the Wealthy Exile. Unless I get a huge cluster. A tier 0 card? Beano's Kitchen Knife card? What? I've never seen that card before. Hold up, I love waiting for cluster farming's back. Kind of. Yeah, I'll add these to the list.
They will turn you into red milk.
Abomination is the goated strat. I know. I can still do this strat on Abomination, actually. I did it last league. That was a secret strat. It was basically this strat, except I was doing it on Abomination, just rushing the boss and killing any rogue exiles along the way. Two fortunates, one map?
Check in with me when you...
Greetings. Farewell.
60 maps done.
The faces stand back in the ranks.
No, dude, it's an Eldritch Altar farm. It's just another Eldritch Altar farm. Nice if we got like one tier 0. Yeah, spice is up and otherwise straight up like fast consistency farm. It gives a nice spice. You're like halfway excited to see, you know. Maybe this will be the map. Yeah, the blueprints. It's enchanted blueprints and 84 clusters are a twin jackpot of the farm. Obviously, clusters a little more exciting, but you can't discount those freaking blueprints. And just full reveal blueprints is kind of a small jackpot. Not like it has to be an enchanted to be worth something. Actually, regular blueprints are still worth 5 CPs. It doesn't say in the app, but I sell them for like 5 to 6 still. Kind of unsure why. There's only 2 good enchanted ones. It's experimented items, which is like 2 or 3 divines, and then currency or scarabs is like 1 divine. Experimented items is crazy because it's the simulacrum or the simplex, you know, amulet one, and that's worth way more. People knew in advance it was going to be expensive because we lost the ability to split simplex amulets and the others. So now there's only like half as many in the economy as there should be relative to previous leagues. Experimented full reveal. Wow, okay. Experimented full reveal would be a double jackpot drop. Could probably regex out monsters have additional projectiles from rogue exiles. It's a bit hectic. The delirium animations. Rambo'd that shit. Oh my god. I'm on Val eye shot ready. Yeah, 100 maps may not be the greatest sample size for this one. You know what? I don't think monstrous lineage is on this filter. Check that. Usually wouldn't need to be, but this league. Oh no, actually it is on the filter. Okay. This is kind of a lot of deli orbs per hour. This would be kind of pushing the limit of deli orbs you can get per hour, actually. Considering we're sourcing them from 2 places. I know. That's part of the reason why I chose this variation of the farm. I talked about that in the intro of this video. We looked at the deli orb values. They're minimum 10 chaos each. Right now. Minimum. The app might say like 7 or 8, but there's none that are selling under 10. Because I mean, I've been selling them constantly the last couple days. I've been selling them most league long, actually. I think since like day 4. Experimented items. Huge. Alright, that is the jackpot. It wasn't full revealed, was it? Still huge. Belt dropping from Katash. What belt? There's a belt off Katash? I killed Katash like 1,000 times this league. I don't remember anything about that. Maybe it's not even on my filter, or is it just that rare? It's not on the filter. Oh my god. I'm not even aware of beyond only items. Like, unique items. Usually Filter Blade would correct that stuff if it gets that extreme. Alright, so we did... I'm happy we got the major blueprint of the season, at least one of those.
You've had a sale, Exile.
450 chaos. This blueprint. Alright, let me go to the filter. What am I? It's called Unholy Accomplice. What's the base? I'll look it up. Christ, I can't even look it up. What? No. There we go. I'm putting cloth belt on here. Is it even rare? Hold on. Was this thing like super valuable long ago? Jesus Christ, it was valuable all league long. Jesus Christ. I probably dropped multiples of these. You guys have no idea how many of these bosses I've killed this league. That's been like almost exclusively what I've done this league, is just spamming beyond bosses. For, you know, tainted fusings. What? I had no idea. Oh, I wish I could go back in time for that. I could have devoted a video to that. No, I guess not. I'm updating the filters now. Dropped 1 in 400. Dude, I did way more than I've killed beyond bosses way more than 400 maps, man. I've probably done at least 1,000 maps where I killed beyond bosses. They didn't necessarily spawn in. I was like spamming them all day long. Mainly in Fortress map. Almost exclusively in Fortress map. I made a strat video. It's on YouTube. I put 100 maps of it on YouTube. Dedicated to it. I did it like all day the day before and all day the day after. And some even outside of those 3 days. Oh. I'm not banning you. What? Alright, well. Insane and Omega Strict updated.
Nothing good washes up on this dark shore. You have fabricated your entire memory.
Hello.
These worlds are not yours.
Orders in. 'Twas a long journey, but the exchange went well enough.
I think one of the most surprising things is I've dropped 7 raw div.
Nothing good washes up on this dark shore.
Anybody do essence farming this league? Apparently that was pretty lucrative. If you could do it for real early enough. Not now, obviously. There's a point where like every deafening essence was worth like 3C minimum. Or close to it. Dude, what is that AoE buff? What? Oh my god. His skill's AoE though. Nice. Who knew Strand boss rushing could be so lucrative? Two 200 simulacrums players in one map? Not me, you? I see 150 every once in a while. Darker half tink. Okay. Sure. Well, this map's got some exiles on it. Woo! How come I never ever see fractured items? Oh my god. 3 grand embers off the boss. I'm rich. Owed to me 3,000 years ago. I didn't even say that right. I said 3. It's supposed to be 4. 4 grand embers. A puzzle box and a divine orb? Dude, the raw currencies? What? These exiles are dropping raw currency, guys. I didn't even talk about this. But this is apparently a thing. I don't know what's going on. I think they can only drop like 1 basic currency, but they're really good. 3 boxes and 8 divines already, I think.
Nothing good washes up on this dark shore.
Belly orb. Action orbs, huh? That I have not seen. Those without Titanic? Thought about checking my portal scroll situation. Do I have any strat that's 25 div an hour? No, I have strats that are 35 div an hour, not 25. You go watch 2 days ago on stream. I posted a strat video there. Or my YouTube video, most recent YouTube video. The most recent YouTube video one would be a little outdated. It's probably not pushing 30 div an hour anymore, but for me, I can still do 25 an hour on that. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's probably like 50 div an hour since I didn't have the Katash belt on my filter. So if you put that on my filter, I do that strat, well then it's probably something crazy. I'm salty. Salty about that. Yeah, stream. I didn't stream yesterday, 2 days ago. You watch the intro of that video. Delirium Beyond boss rushing on Fortress. Like cracked giga juice Beyond maps on Fortress. You're kind of boss rushing, but you're boss rushing the Beyond bosses, and then you're boss rushing the boss after they spawn. That's the TLDR of that strat. With outrageous beyond spawn rates. No, I stopped clearing the map once the beyond bosses spawn. I'll full clear a map if they fail to spawn. More or less. The scarab setup's really important though for max juice. You need to look up what I did there. You were clearing the maps and you were wrong? What were you wrong about? Yeah, like, your value is gone because most of the value is in the loot that you will drop from the Beyond bosses and then the map boss. And then also, if nothing else, loot from Beyond itself. And the Beyond bosses and the Beyond monster spawns, so the loot there is gone in 2 ways. So you should just bounce out of the map at that point. Where's my 12 passive minions? Yeah. Wait, if you take the tormented keystones in the Atlas, wouldn't that mean you get tormented spirits in the map instead of them being inside the exiles? I don't know. Why would I want that? Ghost myself or something? Oh, I see what you're saying. Huh. Damn. Okay. Okay, hold on. I'll check that. Annulment orb. That's a sick find if it's legit. And then we can go back in time to Necropolis League. When you kill a rare monster, it spawns like 7 tormented spirits. Oh my god. I have to think of it. Just think of it. Gallywurm. I'll restart the session if that's real. We'll start it from scratch. That's how impactful that would be. Ghosted Eternal Conflict?
You've got affairs you might
Wait,
want
can you
to
still do that?
Go with courage.
I never did that. Alright. Where's that keystone? I highly doubt this works. But we'll see. Even just going by the wording, this shouldn't work. Actually, the map boss being surrounded by tormented spirits isn't terrible. For good measure, I'll do this. I think they're just gonna be ghosted anyway. I'm pretty sure they're just gonna be ghosted. Yeah, the exiles are still possessed, right?
Still sane. Exile.
Yep.
My mana.
Titanic of Treasures? The modded uniques? I did one map like it, garbage loot. Or like gave the Rogue Exiles toughness and stuff. That used to be a farm with wisps. It's kind of dead as of 2 leagues ago. There's no way to spawn a bunch of ghosts anymore, right?
Orders in. Was a long journey. The Mary. I should raise my fears.
Astrolabe, which guarantees tormented spirits in the boss area. How many is that? Is that like a huge number?
Ah, what?
There's no way to guarantee it. Well, let's get back to this. Got 284 minion damage in 2 map. Whoa, dude. 12 passives? You were stealing my loot. Well, you're very lucky to get that in 2 maps. But keep going. Tell me when you get your 3rd. 2 and 2 maps. You get like 1 jewel per map. Of any. Got ulted twice. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, you did. Okay, I thought you meant you in your first 2 maps. So you're already like deep into it. I thought you meant you get in your first 2 maps. Or deli orbs? What? Oh my god. Whipped away 10 apothecary thus far. Had to buy the Mage's Blood Raw this league. Aww. Went for the shortcut. The game shortcutted you. Deli orb. Right, now I'm gonna have to see Soul Thirst belt dropping everywhere. Joy. Deli orb. Deli orb. It's ruckus up in here. Oh my god. The exiles, they're everywhere. I want this build 3 leagues ago when I was struggling with Wisped Rogue Exiles. I would have crushed that content with this build. Hey Eris, what's up? Yeah, a bit of cluster jewel farming. It's kind of a mixed bag. It's not spamming cluster jewels like we used to, but it's... The goal is to put as many unique enemies on the map as possible. And give them that 2% chance to drop a jewel, or 1% chance to drop a deli orb. And we got some high value deli orbs this league. Enchanted armament. Dude, yo, that's the 4th enchanted armaments, enchanted blueprint I've got. The 4th one. Oh! No! 12 passive spell. Okay. I was praying. I saw the 12. I was like, oh my god, it's minion, it's minion. No, okay. It's still a pretty big one. It's like 1 or 2 div right now, I think. Definitely one of the better drops. Jelly orb off of the boss. Count it. Yeah, I tried Titanic Blight. I don't like it. Too slow. Not rewarding otherwise. It's not, Blight wasn't dropping me anything otherwise.
Hello.
I don't know. I only ran like 4 maps like that, but it was just so bad. Yeah, it's like 180C. Strat drops a lot of nightmare maps. Could drop even more if you sub out some of this stuff for like the map nodes. I did that at first, but I wanted to keep. I wanted to heist in instead, and
Approach, challenger.
you're right. Like, it's one of the advantages of running it on this type of map, other than like trying to run it on a well, nightmare map. Then you can't drop other nightmare maps. I like this strat also for boss rushing Abomination and just kind of worrying a little bit less about the exiles. They're just there, and the scarabs are dirt cheap, so it's like whatever. Like, you'll still run into a bunch of exiles on the way. But you're not going to full clear an Abomination map. Puzzle box. feel like I'm getting remarkably high amount of raw currency. Honestly confusing me a little bit. Thanks for your vids. The last league you really had the best strats that worked out for you good. I'm glad to hear it. I don't think I'm actually going to post the 200 maps video I made. I feel like it's just too similar to the strat I did before it. It's just kind of pointless. But if you guys saw it on the live stream, then you're good. I will post this one though. I just wish I got at least one of these 12 passive minion or 3 passive reservation. Ghosted Crimson Temple. Yeah, that brings back memories. Meat sacks? Curation scarab? Oh yeah. The Acropolis League was a weird one, man. I was like, to me that was the weirdest league of all the leagues ever played. Tried meat sacks last league. It was depressing. It ain't what it used to be. Or Delhi or Delhi or Valley is gonna be nuts.
Nothing good washes up on this dark shore.
12 passive fire. Oof.
Approach, challenge.
No, I'm not showing them all. I did that while testing to get a strong sense of how common the clusters were and like adjusting a few things to see if it made a difference. But now I feel pretty good about it, and it doesn't really matter because I can just count the number of, well, I'm not really tracking the number of deli orbs I'm getting specifically from exiles or whatever, but I can feel it out pretty well. If I drop if I drop a deli orb, that's like the same as dropping 2 clusters per the odds.
Your skin. Choice, after all, is part of privacy. I take
Maybe with moving the screen. I mean, maybe, but it's positioned perfectly for PoE 2. I don't know. I don't think I want to bother with that. Only when the deli rounds are up, it's scuffed. Deli orb off the deli boss. No, I want the cluster off the deli boss. Dang it. Yeah, not average, but minimum. Looks at the minimum roll. Wait, it's not average, right? Actually, that's kind of crazy if it is. Then you could throw in like 83s in there in the mix, because these are 85 clusters. I think the strat is better than fortress spamming. No, not necessarily. Fortress spam is making less and less currency though over time. To be fair though, the cluster jewel values have been going down a little bit, but the deli orb values are like ramping massively. I checked earlier today, the decaying fragment is still, like, pretty valuable. How does one move to Japan? We're cooked here. Oh god. Where do you live? In Spain? Not in Spain, are you? US? Ah, you still got time. Actually, it's harder to move to Japan now. They're making immigration a lot more strict
Nothing
recently.
good washes up on this dark shore. I'll get you.
Deli orb. Is it because of Johnny Somali? No, that's not. I mean, that might be a tiny part of it, but that's not really it. No, it's because of the global immigration crisis. Japan definitely rejects the whole like leftist agenda on immigration. Not part of it anyway.
Prepare to face your unmaking.
Nice timing, Shaper. Killed all your friends. I killed all your friends. Thanks for all the deli orbs. Been to Tokyo twice, both times didn't want to leave. Yeah, it's not the first time I've heard that sentiment. Law Bell. I wish one of the league mechanics spawned like a freaking ton of unique enemies. That'd be amazing. If only. Bark skin for the win. It's not hard to move, it's just time consuming and you have a lot of paperwork, and yep, it's time to move. Alright. Hey man, set your mind to it. What's that? Divine Orb. Wasn't that from like an Eldritch minion? Delirium Orb. When did I move? Like 9 years ago? No. Yeah, you need to backtrack. You don't just automatically spawn the Beyond bosses immediately on your way to the boss. You full clear the map until you spawn the bosses, then you rush straight to the boss after that, the map boss. I think it is worth it. It's worth it because the extreme amount of pack size from those Beyond mobs. Dude, what the hell? That was like 6 Delirium Orbs. How is that even possible? I don't have 6 reward tiles. What?
We've made a trade.
Greetings. Farewell.
And another divine orb. Wait, I got 9 divine orbs now. What the hell? To the other part of the question, I moved to Japan just to teach English, try different culture. Alright, so I know that was from a Rogue Exile. You know, try out another lifestyle, culture shift. I wasn't worried about things going on in the US, but I didn't have anything going for me there. Recommend vids from a redhead teacher that went to Japan. A redhead? Female redhead? Actually, I think I know who you're talking about. There's a famous female redhead YouTube teacher person. I don't know her name. It's been forever since I've seen one of her videos, but she and her Japanese husband or something, I think it was. I think she was like the poster child for Caucasian woman marries Japanese man. This is like pretty rare. A lot more rare than the other way around. Which, yeah, it might be. Honestly, I don't remember the name. Hey now, I'm almost up to 2 bars of XP at level 99. Let's not throw it a wall. Let's not throw it all away just yet. Delirium Orb. Wow. I pressed portal at the exact moment I died. Oh, I did portal halfway though. Any reason for Strand? Fastest map to get without having to like really scout anything. And obviously very good for like splinter farming too. I respect that. They had no idea so many people there speak English. In Tokyo, a lot of people do, yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. Super clean, super
Nothing good washes up on this
polite. Depending on what part of the culture you're participating with, it can either be like really hectic and go go go, or it can be pretty relaxed and chilled. I prefer the latter, so I kind of don't take the train all that often, for example. Another divine orb. I'll be going to the beach later this week. It's or next week. It's Oblong Holiday coming up. Enchanted armaments again. 5 enchanted armaments. It's not worth anything. There's only 2 that are worth anything, so it's whatever. Going to hike? In the summer? Dude, summer Japan hiking, that's... Actually, you want to be in pretty high elevation, because otherwise it's kind of insufferable humidity. You hiking Mount Fuji? Yeah, most of Japan, except like Tokyo, closes like pretty much almost all their businesses close by like 8 p.m. and they don't open till like 9. Obviously, you know, there are some places that open early and some places are 24/7. The convenience stores are always 24/7. But I've been super annoyed, especially in the countryside. I've been super annoyed, like, trying to do anything at night, and then you just walk the streets and it's just dead outside. And even in, like, the main street areas, it's, like, dead. And you go somewhere at, like, 7:30, and it's like, oh, sorry, last order's finished. I'm like, what? What do you mean last order's finished? 7:30, it's, like, dinner time. What the heck? Ultimatum Scarab of Catalyzing. It was like that in parts of Hawaii, not Oahu. I've only ever been to Hawaii once, and it was just the main area. What the hell? The Fiend? The Fiend? Dude, what is this? This run is cracked. Another corrupted unique item jackpot jewel. But, no. What's your social media? I don't have social media.
You've had a
I have Discord.
Hello. Keep your life to your own.
I'm dropping the wrong stuff this run. God damn, dude. I'm dropping raw currency and jackpot cards. Not farming either of those, really. The fact that I didn't drop... I had like triple the pack size of Eldritch Spawn minions all week 1 than what I have now. And I never dropped a card like that. I should have dropped those cards days ago. Now, like, Way fewer minions spawning. Discord, you can check the description of the YouTube. The Discord channel for us. Thieves' trinkets, also worth nothing. Dang it. Apothecary and Insane Cat from the same dude, I don't even believe that. It's like video or it didn't happen. What the heck? That's why you always gotta be recording. It's like dropping 2 mirrors of Calandra in one. It's like dropping 2 mirrors of Calandra separately in the same map. Except I do have proof of that. Never again. 3 deli orbs. Guys, we're on the last 5 maps. I'm very unsatisfied with both my blueprint drops, enchanted blueprint drops, and cluster jewels especially. There it is. Ah, now I can rest easy. Okay. On the 95th map, we finally got a big cluster. 3 passive reservation in the bag. Now, for the next 4 maps, I can just get 1 12 passive minion because it's still owed to me. Okay, it's still owed to me. I got it coming. You just wait. You just wait. 4 maps left. Let's go. Let's effing go. 1 more highlight remains. Alright guys, I teed it up. It has to happen now. This is called manifestation if you don't know what I'm doing. I'm manifesting it into reality as we speak. 12 passive minion cluster. It's gonna happen. Ooh, blaze through that map. So pretty. They used to drop like all the time, but they were only worth, like the last league T17s existed, that jewel is only worth like one divine maybe? Maybe? Daily Orb. Guys, release the mirror. I just sit around an abyss. The mirror gets stuck. Why is minion worth so much? Because minion players, man. What more can you say? Delior, the soul. What is going on with these? But what? As a unique weapon. LOL. Okay. That almost can't even drop anything valuable. That one. That's gonna be worth like 2 div or something. I dropped a Soul Taker the other day. It was worth like 20 divines. Okay, not the highlight I wanted. Just have to put it on hold a second. What the heck? Dude, these delirium rewards are popping the off like crazy, dude. Low key, the actual currency per hour I'm making right now is bananas. Alright, what is that card worth? 1.7 divine. Twelve passive minion and 1 more replica blueprint, please. Please and thank you. Galley Orb. Remember, every Deli Orb I drop off these guys is the equivalent of 2 84 clusters dropping. Blue or red altars? I mean, based on the cards I'm dropping, it's red altars all day long, but I mean, I would say normally it's kind of It's kind of a mixed bag. The thing is, the Grand Embers are crazy valuable right now. So you would get a lot of value in Grand Embers pretty reliably. The Grand Ickers is not all that good. But most of the like things that you can drop off minions is not really worth anymore. Like Gem Cutters is one of the best. It's what, like 2.5 C, I guess. What map did I scry? Like Fields or Dune or something? I just put the fortunate card on here. How many 84 clusters am I getting per map? I think on average it's about 1. Because I was tracking before, but I'm not tracking those right now. But I am observing how often I get a Delirium Orb off of Rogue Exile. Passive something. Swords and attack. That's so stupid. Isn't the claw one like several divines right now? Of course I get that one. How do you get... How do you get deli mirrors on Valdo maps? How long does it take to do a Valdo map? What? The thing about Valdo maps is you don't get any of your atlas, so your atlas is junked. Like, I get to farm multiple things at once doing this. Random spawn chain. Oh my god, dude. Well, I mean, I do wildwood
We've made a trade.
fishing, so
Greetings. Farewell.
there's that. Oh, I guess we're done. We're done. Three hours and 13. So that's 190 ish. Less than 2 minutes per map. Yeah, like I'm getting, you know, I'm getting the deli reward extra rounds. I'm getting the extra deli orbs here. I'm getting the deli bosses, the extra reward rounds here. I'm getting like all the heist tech. I'm dropping things off of. I'm getting the, you know, the better scarab rolls. I'm getting the eldritch altars that are really good. I'm 1,000 maps into what? It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that, dude.
Business. Ah,
60, I'm rich. I can appreciate that sort of that idea, I guess. Well, this should be good. 100,000 maps. You need to learn how to read, bro. How are you ever gonna go to Japan when you can't read? How are you gonna fill out paperwork when you can't read? Ooh, 111 divines worth of value in that dump tab. Oh my god. The total cost. How much for the clusters? 13 divines in cluster value here. I got pretty unlucky. Even with reservation 7, it's pretty, or 1/7 div cluster is still pretty unlucky for 100 maps, I think. It's not super unlucky, but it's not very good. Oh yeah, it doesn't even count blueprints. Oh yeah, I gotta fix the blueprint values because it's going off of like wrong enchanted blueprints. But these actually need fixed. I forgot about this. The app can't read these, right? These are like 40 and these are 60. Just like add. Basically add like an extra 2 div for that. Because if it's calculating it as if it's like a fully revealed thief's trinkets blueprint or something. Because it goes off minimum read. These aren't enchanted, so they sell for more. $11 passive minions, 1.4 div. What? 16 nightmare maps only. I can drop more nightmare maps, actually. I don't know, though. Delirium Orbs, 12 div in value. I got the same amount of value in Deli Orbs I did in Delirium. Wait, what? Might be better to just run it without cluster targeting? What are you talking about? Like, cluster targeting equals Deliriums on the map. And then what, like Rogue Exile? Like, what would you put on instead? I ran it as if it didn't even have a league mechanic. You just race through. 9 divines worth of simulacrums, 12 divines worth of delirium orbs, 13 divines worth of clusters. So I would like to see that cluster value be closer to around 20 div, probably, on this farm, with that many maps. But divination wins with 40. I personally farmed 33 div an hour here. This is actually lower than I expected. Because when I remove, I'm gonna have to remove Price of Ocean and Fiend. It's 32.7. +2. Oh, +3 for the experimental. It's 26 divines an hour, not counting the crazy div cards that I dropped. Currency drops ended up being higher than I expected. 19. Hope you include time to sell everything as well. This is the real time spent. Time to sell is not very much when we have a synchronous trade. But I never counted time to sell or gather materials before in any of my farm sessions since I started doing this, like, what, 6 years ago? Because that is extremely variable depending on what you're doing. And how you go about it. I never liked the idea of trying to calculate that variability into it. Alright. I haven't talked about this in a long time, but since you brought it up, I used to get a lot of people harping on me over this for not that. And what I would always say is, me personally, when I'm liquidating maps, I'm in a totally different mode of gameplay. When I'm playing, I'm in the flow state, I'm like blasting. I'm liquidating, I'm like eating something. I got fork and knife in hand, I'm like casually doing something. I'm watching something, a second monitor, alt-tabbing constantly. I'm not actually playing the game in the same mode, but I'm getting shit done still. It's a time to relax, reset my brain, because if I don't know about you, but if I try to go all out, play like 10 hours a day and I treat the liquidation process with the same level of intensity as I do playing, my mind's gonna break. Like, I'm not doing that. And I like to think almost nobody actually plays the game that way, where they liquidate with the same intensity that they do when they're playing, with the exception of maybe like day 1, day 2. Because it fries your brain to do that. You need to like stand up, take a walk out. The point I'm making is just standing up and going to take a piss and splashing some water in their face. You want me to calculate that time too? Like, what are we talking about here? I'm not throwing those variables in there because it's a slippery slope and like, you're just memeing at a certain point. So respectfully, I've never added that time in. Same with acquiring the materials. I post things up the night before. Instead of reading a book for an hour before bed, I'm casually like purchasing my scarabs for the day before, putting the price points favorable for me more beyond, the current economy, because I'll sleep on it, right? But I'm like doing that process very slowly because I'm like listening to a podcast and in the background and all that stuff. That's my justification for not including all that other time. Because if I include that time in there somehow, well, then I should probably include the time of sleeping. Some nights I sleep 8 hours a day. That eats into my currency per hour a lot. Except not really, because I probably play better on 8 hours a day. It took 4 seconds, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm not trying to be funny, I'm like being serious. Like, you're like the 1000th person to ever bring that up and ask me. And I've dwelled on it and thought about it incessantly. 6 years ago, I thought about it a great deal and like contemplating it both ways and like slept on it, thought about it, went back. I was like, maybe I will include it. No, wait. Tried it a couple runs and it was like, So I've already developed my opinion on this, like rock solid for years gone back. Yeah, it's background time and not part of the active farm. Like this. I'm relaxing right now, talking to you guys, not being efficient. So let me try to lock into finishing what we're doing, because we are making a video here. What kind of maps am I running? Just 8 mod corrupted generic maps. I talk about this stuff like I like boss rushing strat because it's so easy to liquidate. It's like instant liquidation. Current bow. Current bow. I want more ailments for shocks. That's why I have crit multi there now. Got new body armor too. I wanted to go pure evasion on this, but it requires 2 dex rolls for me to do this. Otherwise, I'm not running tattoos all out. So it's like, F that. I'm just gonna... Well, it would require 2 dex rolls when I eventually get a corrupted Fury Valve. Crafting is bow with +2 arrows? Oh, good luck, dude. That's rough. Best scry? I don't know. The best scry. You gotta... You gotta look that up yourself. I just put fortunate card on my maps to get regulated results. You know, so I don't get any insanely valuable div cards. Oh, wait. I'm actually gonna make a video on getting recombinate on this. It's pretty easy. It's actually pretty easy. I mean, I got unlucky with the fractures. Fracturing damn thing is so annoying. But everything aside from the fracture is pretty easy. This is a similar story over here, right? I may redo this. Prefixes, I don't know yet. Huge chest though, yeah. That is huge. I like it. Oh, I got Sacred Orbit.
Ahoy there.
I didn't finish Sacred Orbit. Got weak Sacred Orb. Really? Sacred Orbs are 35C 2 hours ago. What is this? What is this? 21? Do I settle? Alright, whatever, I settle. What the F? Can't remove the body armor or else. Wait, I have the strength? No, I don't. Why do I have that point there? Oh, yeah. Dude, I'm stupid. I don't even need this point. What? Where did I put this? Could go here. Oh. Fuck me, dude. Wait, that mean I wasn't even immune to elemental ailments. Oh my god. Well, I was immune to chill and frozen, but I wasn't immune to shock and ignite. Oh my goodness. I guess I never realized that. I would have noticed if I was shocked though. I've played 100 maps with my build scuffed. Oh my god. Saved by the chest removal. Yeah. Yeah, who knows? I'll work on the rest of the league with that. Dude, I have the only one of these on the entire server, I think. Has anybody else seen this? This is so awesome. This is actually low-key my favorite item on the build right now. 4-second adrenaline rush with the increased buff duration. Ooh, so good. Then I run the debuffs expire 100% faster on player or whatever. Or 70% faster. Alright, I'm stalling. I gotta do this. Look how bad the RNG was here. Enchanted armaments. Enchanted armaments. Experimental items, alright. Enchanted armaments, enchanted armaments, enchanted armaments. What the fuck, man? I mean, to get only 6? Look. You telling me You know what? I'm gonna literally look this up. How many? Oh wow. The other blueprints don't show up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 31, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 45. Okay, something like 45. What's 15% times 45? Oh, it's actually 6.75. Okay, I didn't get screwed over. I got a little bit unlucky. Oh, my bad. I thought I got screwed over, but I didn't even see an enchanted blueprint until like map 45 or something. Tried to run 20 maps. I came to the conclusion doing Beyond makes you rage quick because you need to backtrack. Even if you do, you still can't find Beyond bosses. Vixo, you have some of the most outrageous, epic Beyond spawning ever with that strat. Like your computer damn near freezes when Beyond spawns. It's that intense. You get tons of raw loot. Not tons of raw loot. Relatively speaking, you get a lot of raw loot on an originator map off of that. Like, it's kind of a blessing in disguise to run Beyond a whole map on that when it's you're not even running this keystone and you're running a hemophilia scarab, which is like the inverse of this keystone. It's like, what the F? It's so much beyond. It's way more beyond than somebody running like the juiciest strat ever otherwise. I don't know what to do with this passive point. Let's see if I get... Oh, man, I've got one more. I might... Passive set. Throw it here, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I guess. Look how fast my attack speed is. That bonkers, dude. That's no Soul Eater. 6.21. Promise you your Deadeye isn't attacking that fast in the hideout. Just saying. Just saying. Did I go for any astrolabes? No, I dropped some though. I actually only dropped 4. All right, here it is. We got the results. Going through them now. So, pretty much everything that should show up did show up. We had to do a little bit of manipulation of the numbers when it came to the blueprints because it registers like fully revealed, enchanted, the cheapest ones, that sort of thing. Also can't even read enchanted modifiers in the blueprint. So we'll get into that in a minute when we look at the total gross net profit and all that. Anyway, let's go down the line. Oh yeah, also, for the sake of the numbers, did not count the price of devotion or the fiend. Because even though they dropped in this 100 map set, you would not normally see cards that good dropping, so they're too much of an outlier, way too RNG heavy, so just simply removing them from the calculation. But they're in the dump tab. And you can see like the breakdown, what divination cards is way higher than everything else. Shouldn't be that way. 11 divine orbs. Actually better than I expected. I knew simulacrums were going to be high on the list as the most reliable currency earner there. 46C apiece. We got 33 of them. 8.9. in total. Barely in the nick of time, got one big cluster. The 3 passive reservation cluster, clocking in at 7 divines right now. 16 nightmare maps. I tried a variation of the farm that probably got about double the map drop rate, going for all the map nodes on the atlas instead. You might think about doing that if you're following along. I mean, delirium orbs. Look at this. All the way down. 12 divines worth of delirium orbs. Hell yeah, inject it straight into my veins. That was kind of the fun part. It also felt like a real reliable farm. So many deli orbs. Grand Eldritch Embers is part of the reason why I ran Searing Exarch, because this thing is like 6.4C a piece now. Obviously, I got way more value out of the cards on his side. Anyway, moving on. 3 boxes. Fortunate card. I scried over. I think I scried Dunes onto this one just to get a fortunate, just some regulated div card drop rate. A little bit of value there. The Soul, I went ahead and kept that one. That's not, you know, between all 3 of these cards, just keeping this one as one semi-jackpot div card, 1.7 divs, not going to shake up the results too much. You can kind of count on something like that occasionally. 12 passive spell. 1.6 div, pretty big card. Look at this. 11 passive minion. Still worth more than 1 divine. First big scarab here, catalyzing. Let's see, we did have an annulment orb, altar. Actually, a lot of eldritch currencies, bloodlines, astrolabe, didn't run those. Dropped, I think, 4 of them total. There's going to be some stacked decks from the rewards. As we go down here further, we're just seeing kind of generic things, okay? Some more of the clusters, though. Yeah, I'm going to scroll down and then we're going to look at the clusters individually a second. I'm going to talk more about this in the final thoughts, but here's the cluster breakdown, okay? We got... Actually, I didn't realize this. 12 pass... or what? 4 or 5 passive chaos damage over time worth 50C apiece. Interesting. Even the 10 passive minion cluster is worth something. Yeah, so you can kind of see the breakdown there. Just to remind everybody, I did not pick up all 84 clusters, only the ones that showed up on the filter. I tried to have this Omega Strict filter set up so that it would show anything that's worth, you know, 10C or more. That was kind of the goal of this. And yeah, I mean, that basically breaks it down pretty good for the results. The investment cost was 5.3 divines, 9 chaos per map, 5.3 div total. The gross, the way I got this number, was I took the 111 here, minus 28, minus 5.7, plus 3 for the experimental blueprint, plus an extra 2 for the, what was it, like the 9 fully revealed clean blueprints to make up for the fact that, you know, it's registering them. I can actually show that here. You can see these blueprint numbers fully revealed. They're worth way more than this. Okay, these prices reflect thieves, trinkets, enchanted armaments, fully reveals, and so that's why that's way off on the app. And that was actually legitimately a big part of the farm, going for full reveals and enchanted blueprints. So we're going to count that, of course. Factoring all that in, 84 div gross, net profit 78.7, div per map 0.79. Div per hour, 26.3. You can see the numbers. Actually, you can't see the numbers. Oh, wait. You can't see the numbers. What? Oh, my God. Nobody told me. Actually, I pulled you guys down. All right. Sorry. I'm going to have to do this again. I haven't had to do this again in a while. I got to redo it. Oh, man. All right. Whatever. I'm just going to do it from scratch. I feel like a broken record. Here, I can do this here. Yeah. So, sorry guys, I gotta repeat a lot of that. It's fine. It's whatever. Take 2. All right, here we go. We got results. Here's a dump tab. Everything fit in one. A lot of different things in here. I want to draw your attention to a couple of massive Exarch Altar rewards, which you would have seen in the highlights. These are not going to count for the results of this farm because they're too much of an outlier, too RNG heavy. They're going to skew the results. You would not anticipate getting either of these cards, even in 100 maps of this. There was a time when I thought you would, but evidently it's not true. And so we're removing them from the results. On the other side, however, we have some things that the application is not going to calculate properly. For example, enchanted blueprints, good enchant. What is this little guy worth? Oh, 450 chaos. Wow, okay. Yeah, the application's going to say this is worth nothing. Like literally nothing. Unrevealed blueprints, not worth anything in the app. So we're going to add about 3 divines there. Similar story here with the full reveals. Actually, I got to pull this one out because that one actually is a... well, I'm glad this is showing up here. So take a look at this. The full revealed enchanted blueprint, but it's Thief's Trinket. This isn't worth anything. It's just like basically not worth anything. However, if it doesn't have that enchant, suddenly it is worth a lot. Oops, somebody posted something 17 seconds ago. It's going to get sniped. It's already sniped. And yeah, fully revealed clean blueprints are worth 40, 50, 60 C. I gotta feel bad for that poor guy. I just lost out on that currency. So we need to add all this in. Basically what I'm doing is I'm adding an extra 5 divines from the blueprints value. By the way, it won't even give me any credit for these, which actually sell for like 5 or 6 C a piece, the rest of the blueprints. So if we go in here and you can see that's a lot of random blueprints. And I'm subtracting the value of here. So let's take a look at those numbers, shall we? Yes. Okay. Here's everything broken down in the dump tabs. Now, you're going to see div cards way elevated. Okay, we can kind of remove that from your mind. That's a 28 divine price of devotion and 5.7 fiend. So div cards would be way down in the middle of the list, I guess. Apparently, raw currency is highest, which is kind of curious. 11 raw divines. Okay. Simulacrums are arguably the most reliable form of currency on this farm. You're going to get plenty of them every single run. We got 33. There, look, they're 46 C a piece, 9 divines in value. 1 major cluster, 7 divines. We almost didn't get a really big cluster hit. That would have been depressing, but we did get 1. So the total value 7 or 13. So half of that is coming from 1 cluster. We never did get the 12 passive minion, the 12 div. Unfortunate. Some nightmare maps, of course, drop a lot of delirium orbs. Look, 12 divines worth of delirium orbs. One thing that blows my mind is just how many delirium orbs drop in this farm. Good lord. There's so many from the Rogue Exiles and then the combined delirium rewards. We ran Searing Exarch Altars, partially for the Grand Eldritch Embers, and we knew we'd get some of those. Few Valdo boxes. Fortunate card, I scried over Dune just to get some regulated fortunate card divination values there. Not to skew the results in any way. 10 passive spell is here. 11 passive minion, also with more than 1 div. Scarabs coming up here. A few astrolabes are here as well. Even 1 medium cluster is worth a lot. Then it's just kind of like broken down with just a lot of bubblegum stuff all the way to the bottom. Since this is advertised as a cluster farm, let's just take a glance here at the value of the clusters so you can see some of them on here. Now, I personally think I got relatively unlucky for 100 maps of this. I think you drop at least 1 of these on average in a map. I did not pick up every single cluster, so I can't verify that. But I believe it's something like that. I'm able to see how many delirium orbs drop in a map. It has half the drop rate of eye level 84 clusters. And so it's kind of obvious to me that this is the case. And I tracked it before doing this formal result. Even some medium clusters have a little bit of value here. Look at the chaos damage over time, 50C. That's pretty cool. Reforged caster on that, I think. Septic spells and circling oblivion or whatever it is. And it's worth like a divine automatically, if I'm not mistaken, on that cluster. So pretty nice, pretty nice. Yeah, I would have liked to have seen bigger results. If we just threw in one 12 passive minion, I would have been quite happy with this. But, oh well. Moving on to the numbers. Investment cost 5.3 divines. This is a 9 chaos per map strategy. So the investment cost is crazy low, way lower than we've seen in all the boss rushing strats. We're not farming those uber fragments, so that's kind of baked in. The gross, again, to remind you, came from subtracting the value of the 2 massive div cards plus increasing the value from the blueprints. Registered around 84 divines gross. That's 78.7 divines net per map, 0.79 per hour. It is 3.2 hours. That's farm. We got to see the numbers. I actually kept track of the time all the way through the formal timer there. 26.3, not counting the price of devotion and the fiend drop. And so them's the numbers. And now we'll get to final thoughts. And first, I'll read what you guys said. You guys are talking about, wow, I'm getting spammed with totally off-topic stuff, huh? Oh, okay. Somebody was talking to themselves on my Twitch chat. Yeah, I don't know what that was. It looks like it was a bot on a mission, I guess. All right. Final thoughts. It underperformed a little bit, and I'm not 100% sure if it's on account of being unlucky or if it's just not quite there, or if it needs to be ran on nightmare maps. So I think what I'll probably do is I'll run this strat back again on the Abomination map. Assuming the reality fragment doesn't dip down, I'm getting a little bit disturbed by how that fragment is failing to break through the ceiling. It's still sitting at like 80 C a piece or something. So I'm waiting for that fragment to get, you know, I feel like it should be 100, 120 C relative to what I'm used to seeing in previous leagues. Anyway, I bet you it does better if you boss rush Abomination, just have a bunch of rogue exiles along the way. Don't full clear the map and rely more on the reality fragment drops. Bet you it's gonna hell if you did it in Fortress either way for the decaying fragment drops. As far as being on Strand, I really wanted it to be good because I want to give you guys something a little different. I don't want to be a broken record and only say, hey guys, check out this crazy 30 to 40 div per hour farm that relies 50% on the uber boss fragments. I know you guys probably get a little bit tired of that. But I mean, it's true, like that's boss rushing that insane this league. So I tried my hardest to give you a legit eye level 84 cluster farm, sprinkle in some heist jackpot stuff in there, some reliable, just taking a look at the delirium values of everything and just thinking, you know, this has some real potential. And so, you know, it's not bad for being a non-boss rushing strat, I think. I'm not sure if it's gonna really break through much higher than what I posted there. Probably not. It probably won't push over 30 div an hour on average for me, but it would consistently get over 20, I suspect. So, not a bad farm. This is about all I got for eye level 84 cluster. You guys let me know if you have a secret cluster farm up your sleeve. It's sure as heck not Simulacrum. I don't think it's Blightheart, Scarabs. Somebody mentioned doing Valdo maps fishing for mirrors, but that seemed kind of deli mirrors and seemed kind of no Atlas. It's got to be something, guys. It's got to be something. I don't think it's gonna be like the time of old with what we were doing before, but you know, we take what we can. It's a fun farm. Anytime you just blast your way through a Strand map, you're gonna have a good time. As for future videos, I would expect an abomination version of this just to get it out there. It would be nice to compare and contrast. If I do it as hard as I can on Strand and then see what it's like when we attach the abomination, the Uber Boss fragment, to it, rushing and just check the same strat basically. One on nightmare maps, one off. That would be interesting to see. I would like to see the difference in those results and see just how much impact the Uber key fragments have there. Because the nightmare maps are still cheap as hell. God, they're still only like 30C a piece. It blows my mind. When the disparity's that big between your average Uber key fragment value versus the average cost of the map, I just can't get over it. It's hard to get away from, you know, split juice boss rushing nightmare maps. And the mods are always super sick with like currency, scarabs, crazy packs, etc. You don't even have to deal with originator maps or whatever. So that's where my mind is at on this now. Some people have asked me how you craft this bow, how you craft the body armor and stuff. I'm not sure I'm gonna come up with like full-blown crafting guide, but you know, I might talk about this a bit. I did save some video footage of me getting like this special mod on the body armor through all flame crafting and everything. I might post that. Let me know if you guys would like to see something on that, if that would be valuable to you. I might think about doing it. But the build is looking really, really good now. Relatively finished. I recently got huge quality tinctures in. That's a big deal. We got a tailwind boots. I'm probably going to double corrupt this quiver and just recraft it like 20 times over until I get a good double corruption. Gotta get corrupted Fury Valve. Already got the... yeah. Maybe get the Ventors instead of the Taming. Maybe something else besides Death Rush. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, enjoying the build. Had great success. And I actually tested. I didn't say this to anybody up till now, but I ran this strat without bark skin for a while. Going like Oath of Summer and Oath of Winter. Yeah, the Delirium random effects kicked my ass. It's kind of mind-boggling how much extra survivability this is, especially this one here. This is 70% spell suppression. Prevention. When you have no bark skin. What? That makes a huge difference. Especially when I'm not running like max res stuff. Yeah, so a little bit of, sprinkling a little bit of information on the build. That's going to be it. Guys, hope you enjoyed this video. Give this strat a try. I know many people are looking for something different, something a little more fun, something that's still very lucrative. I think it's a pretty good strat. B tier at least, for sure. Yep, that's it. Thank you guys for watching. See you next time. Okay. Okay. Would you mind showing what types of maps and amount of deli orbs per map you were running? We were farming for deli orbs. We did not run any maps with deli orbs. And the maps that I ran were maps like... I'm going to pull up my thing. $2,389 maps. Maps like this.
Bad. Not bad at all. Could do worse, Exile.
0 HP mods. %110% quant. Above average 8 mod corrupted maps. That's it. I'll show you guys, since you're here, what this looks like for Nightmare map boss rushing before we head out. Yeah, just 8 months. You don't even need to do 8 months. I recommend it. Obviously, it's a good idea to do that, but I said 1.7, so yeah, of course I do that. What?
I'll put the word out.
I'm not even 100% sure where the next bit of currency goes. I still need to get corrupted unnatural instinct and corrupted thread of hope. I know what I could do. I could craft this bow 20 times and double corrupt it. Ha ha ha. Not. Yeah. Ugh. So, nightmare map. No, that wasn't a recom. It was contempt essences, but I lost my contempt flat fizz once, and somehow YOLO slammed T1 flat fizz back in. I did a prefix can't be changed, reforged fizz. Guaranteed to hit flat fizz, but to hit T1 was just ridiculous. It was a last ditch effort to save that mod. Otherwise I was gonna have to keep spamming contempts again till I dictator again, but so it was a fluke that I had triple T1. It was by design a contempt essence craft to start. What filter am I currently using? Omega Strict. Yeah, so just your run-of-the-mill map here. And we're gonna see this map will be quicker than usual. Quicker than the other maps. Because I'm not gonna full clear it. I'm gonna actually beeline to the boss. I'll kill the rogue exiles on the way.
Tread no further.
Anyway. That was a little spicy. It was minus max gain 200% as extra Maven interferes. It's kind of a spicy one. So I'm still going to get extra cluster jewels because of all the rogue exiles. How much DPS you do with the setup? I don't even know. It's a lot less than usual, though. 'Cause I don't even have Scorch on here anymore. I shot does crazy damage though. You can see the enemy's only like 17% shocked here though. That's what I like about it. Let me show you what a real damage looks like. Show you real damage. Say goodbye to bark skin though. Let me find it. Let me find an easy map. No, I found one. Yep, that's it. Oh, it's already taken. Oh well. I can get you some really easy maps with like double reflect. A lot of people aren't running reflect still. Yep, pick up clusters or daily orbs along the way. So this map's very safe for the build I'm running. So I'll probably actually survive on the way. And there's no HP mods. So, you know, get a load of this. Should be funny. Oh yeah. That was nice seeing him get freaking chunked like that. I went from like 15% shock to 100% shock plus double max scorched, I assume. I didn't actually check the scorched number, but I'm guessing it was max. So, yeah. But that has way less survivability than the setup I'm running. So I'm quite enjoying the bark skin setup, actually. I basically already figured out what I want to do next league. For league starter, or at least I think I want to build around something cast on Crypt Forbidden Right and go for a 0 bark skin stat bark skin setup. Zero bark skins stacks, which would allow me to easily cap evasion right off the bat at league start to 95%, because we'd also have like a Jade Flask. I don't even think I'd need Grace or to cap evasion. And then like the Jade Flask would probably be the difference between like capped evasion at 5 bark stacks versus 0 or something. And then if you have 0 bark skin, you have your default 40% suppress plus 30% suppress prevention. So you have 70%. The cap is 75, by the way. You could even get the mastery for 73, just up top. So you easily access 70% suppress prevention and 95% evasion. So I'm thinking, like, what can I do around, like, how can I build around that? Obviously, I'm not 100% sure, but actually I already know this, yeah, 100% sure. Obviously you would go Wind Dancer. Easily, you go Wind Dancer, because you have 95% evasion, and you're just gonna have that up 100% of the time, basically. And if somehow you weren't evasion capped, you definitely are with this. Might do like cast and damage, taking a mortal call as well. I'm thinking of running that setup with Daraso's Defiance, the body armor. I don't know if the endurance charge. I don't know if that procs. If you lose the endurance charges when you get hit by Forbidden Ride or not, I'd have to test that. But the problem with League starting that is that you can't do like ranged weapon full tincture tech. You'd either have to go like half ailment tech or do like maybe run a melee build. Like you could go full melee tincture tech and Barkskin. Dude, you could have a crazy tanky League starter with a shield on and all that. It'd be in the making for. I think most people have no idea how good Barkskin can be. It's 2 ascendancy points for defense though. That's pretty steep cost. Oh, there's also the Bloodline ascendancy. I was looking at this earlier today. Some possibilities there. Like the Delirium one, for example. The Madness, whatever it is. I don't even use any, like, the only jewels I couldn't use if I was using that would be the Unnatural Instinct and Brutally Strained. That's it. Could still use Thread of Hope, could still use Cluster Jewels. What's my thoughts on the League so far? I haven't really explored it well enough to know. Actually, I screwed something up. I have dabbled with the League mechanic, but I don't know anywhere near as much as like Milky BK, for example. I hear Breach farming is for real. Abyss is a meme. Raw loot is in kind of shambles right now, but I've been just riding the wave of extreme currency earning through boss rushing. I get tired of boss rushing like anybody else, but the way I circumvent that is I incorporate a variety of ancillary strats to the boss rushing, like the Beyond boss rushing, Nightmare boss rushing, and then like Delirium reward rounds. I was doing that for a while. I was running, you know, quadruple Paranoia, 1 Neurosis while boss rushing, but actually full clearing the map on crazy pack size maps, getting a lot of reward rounds. There's this that I just showed you, which is like boss rushing but kill a bunch of rogue exiles on the way for cluster jackpot. You know, I mean, there's so many different ways to do it. Oh, got my affinity. I'm aware some people are not enjoying the League. Honestly, for the past 3 or 4 leagues, I have enjoyed the leagues primarily because of the build I'm running. Somewhere around, you know, a few leagues after I started playing, people started inquiring me very heavily about the builds I was running. They wanted to know what I was doing. I made a name for myself in strategies and stuff, but as a byproduct of that, people wanted to know what builds I was running, how I made them. They wanted to know what I was league starting, etc. And somewhere along those lines, I started investing more time and energy into the builds, while from the angle of catering to the league start player while still trying to do what I wanted to do, and juggling that's actually pretty hard. I think I got a little bit lost in the weeds of like making builds for other players more than I was making builds that I just want to run. And for the last 3 or 4 leagues, I've basically just been like, F it, I'm just going to make the build I want to run. I don't care if it's hard for other people to follow it. I don't give a shit. Like, I'm just going to play what I want to play, and because that's how I'm going to maximize the amount of fun for myself, and hopefully that will translate through as a content creator. making streams more enjoyable. Ironically, in PoE 2, part of my decision to go Spirit Walker Twister, that version, was in part to appease the broader community movement of people who were excited for the new Ascendancy and saw Twister with it. But I was at least 50% on board with going for it. I kind of figured it wouldn't be the strongest Ascendancy, but it would be a really good one, and one people would be very hyped for. It got a huge amount of attention. I don't regret it. But, you know, it's just, you guys don't see it, but there's so many, like, variables behind the scenes like that. I'm supposed to put this back on. I'm global reflect immune, by the way. So I have 20 avoid ailments here, 30 here, 50 here. Reflect immune from here and here. It's pretty nice. Pretty nice. Unfortunately, I'd lose like a huge hatred or effect mod there, but I'd rather just be reflect immune completely. I love your builds because they're unique and hard to play. Okay, thanks. That's why I'm really excited about next league, actually, a lot more than this league as a league starter, because I've had the epiphany of realizing just how impactful Barkskin is throughout all of week 1. It's occurred to me slowly as I've continued playing with it, occasionally removing it just to see what the build feels like without it, and then be like, oh, whoa, what the... You know, that kind of reaction, like, whoa, what's that damage? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, I'm dead. And then, like, you know, it feeling like that when it just leveled from 98 to 99, barely dying. That's something I never do on this character. Almost never. It's something I never do while farming dangerous content, like boss rushing, as opposed to... You know, I can level from 98 to 99 on Glass Cannon if I do Shrine Blasting on T16, or even Breach, like Modless Breach or whatever on T16. That's easy, but to be able to do the strat that I want to do, farming maximum currency per hour with that danger level and still be leveling up to 99 at least, and I could go all the way to 100 if I dip out of the Rogue Exile stuff. If I went back to the Beyond farming stuff I was doing, it would easily go up to 100. So I'm already thinking about how to make a build on this. I could make an Avoidance Ranger. We could do something like the spell block. We could actually go like block bow build. You know, with that unique block quiver. I am halfway contemplating a like a Kinseki setup with Wind Dancer and spell dodge. Yeah, rear guard, like actual spell dodge. You know, this keystone that nobody uses. I'm thinking about it. Spell dodge bow build. What do you guys think? Max evasion, max spell dodge. Probably can't get max block though, but we would run the flask that gives you the blocks mods, and you know, get a little bit of help there as well. I get block wherever I could, I guess. That may or may not be viable. Granite Flask, yeah. What is definitely, as a baseline, what's definitely viable is like Jade Flask, Granite Flask, Barkskin, and go. Just make any build around that. And go like hybrid on that. Have like 20 to 30k armor. Like Barkskin plus 20 to 30k armor is nuts. It's actually nuts, like how much damage reduction that is. With or without evasion. Just that amount of armor. Because of how the bark skin works. But on a bow build, its real value is the spell suppression and the spell minus spell damage taken. Also, what I didn't realize for a while, this minus 200. So when you have 10 stacks of bark skin, it's minus 250 damage taken from spells from every category of damage type. Physical spell, fire spell, cold, lightning, chaos, all at once. It's not 250 minus 250 damage of one specific type that you take. It's of all types you take. So if the enemies have like hybrid damage or like damage gained is extra damage, that's minus 500 damage taken, not 250. It's up to over 1,000 damage not taken, potentially. You know, if they were some sort of like Trinity monster or something. I didn't realize that until like yesterday. I was looking into it deeper. That's actually pretty insane. So I think like Eater of Worlds attacks, for example, are all cold lightning hybrid or something like that, or physical lightning hybrid. So you actually reduce way more than just 250 damage. Full bark skin from that spell hit, for example. And on the flip side, if you have no bark skin, you have 70% spell suppression, prevention, and a massive amount of evasion at the same time, which is arguably even better. Like in many situations, even better. It's better against one-shots. Kind of. Well, not physical one-shots, I guess. So, yeah, either it would be like the 0 barkskin play or the max barkskin play with like Kintsugi and spell dodge and stuff. Because here's the thing, if you go spell dodge and you're wearing Kintsugi, you know one of the greatest things about this? For once in your life, you don't take a freaking ton of damage over time when you have this. Because you take 35% less damage over time. Always. Because that's not a hit. So long as you haven't been hit recently. So, you know, running through the map with the damn searing runes on the ground and minus max res map. You take way less damage from that. That's one of the best things about it. Less damage over time taken. Constantly. But then, obviously, if you go spell dodge, then you so like here's the thing. Here's the crazy thing about the defensive layer of that. Like, you lose all spell suppress. So you go for a setup where you never get hit. So you do spell dodge plus block. And then even when you get hit by some huge spell, like it actually goes through, you still have the flat damage reduction from 10 bark skin stacks and the 35% less damage taken from the back end on Kintsugi after that. And you're still probably good. Because you're not going to get hit twice in half a second with that setup. You're going to rarely ever actually get hit. And even if it's something like the cool thing about this, because some spells would be like Eater of World laser beam monsters, right? And so your 75 spell dodge isn't going to do a great deal against that. And then that's going to kick out Kintsugi. But you still have your bark skin stack, so even if you're getting like spammed by lasers, you're still having tons of flat damage reduction taken, at least until all the bark skin's gone. So I mean, obviously you wouldn't want to sit there and take a bunch of nukes constantly, but it just works surprisingly well in like a variety of scenarios. So I don't know, I'm just kind of sharing this off the top of my head, stuff that I've been thinking about it a lot today, actually. Earlier today, I was looking into this pretty deep. Ward on top, probably. I still need to research wards. I don't know anything. I don't know anything about ward. Maybe you go like full defense, ascendancy, double bark skin, and then double ward on the bloodlines ascendancy. Right? There's a bloodline ascendancy for ward. Low key though, I was thinking about Frostblades again. You could go Mother's Teaching, Lesson of the Seasons, Enduring Suffusion, Experienced Herbalist. You got full tincture power. On any melee build, you have full tincture power. And you got full barkskin power immediately at league start. And then later, you take Oath of Summer on barkskin because you're wearing Heat Shiver. Or Oath of Winter, maybe. Assuming you're defensive enough, you can take Oath of Summer and get full max double Scorch on top of it. That would be like higher level with the Forbidden Flame Flesh. And then you can still wear the entire Abyssal Ascendancy stuff or Abyssal Gear stuff if you want. Like, I can still do Paradoxica Abyssal Gear. Oh yeah, and there's a new Bloodlines, Abyssal Bloodlines that actually looks pretty good with that setup, if I remember correctly. Yeah. But yeah, I would try to figure out ward. Definitely. So Abyssal Bloodline, while you have at least 3 Murderous Eye Jewel socket, Intimidate you inflict, which by the way is a Abyssal Glove mod, is global Intimidate on hit. Intimidate you inflict applies an additional 15% increased attack damage taken, so instead of being 10, it's 25. Intimidate you inflict causes targets to deal 10% less damage. Which I thought it already did that. Oh, that's only in PoE 2. Okay, only in PoE 2 does Intimidate automatically make them deal less damage. Okay, well anyway, still, on top of being tanky, you make monsters deal 10% less damage. Searching Eye Jewel also had something cool too. Searching Eye Gaze. While you have at least 3 Searching Eye Jewels, which you would have 3 of each with that setup. Targets affected by Maim you inflict cannot deal critical strikes. Maim you inflict causes hits to the target to have 20% more critical strike chance. So it's easy crit cap, plus crit immunity to yourself. That is pretty good. So, I don't know, I mean, like, could do these two. So, like, at League start, for example, before you even craft tinctures, you could do that. You could have that Bloodlines. I don't know how hard it is to kill Kulamak, or whatever the boss is. And his name's not Kulamak. Whatever the Abyss boss is. I don't know if it's hard to kill at League start, but you could do it. Or you could just start with Barkskin and then like Oath of Winter, Oath of Summer, or something with Heat Shiver. I mean, that would probably make a lot of sense. Yeah. Well, guys, you can probably imagine I'm pretty beat. 1:30 a.m. almost. 5-hour stream. I decided not to post a video of the 200 maps farming session before. It was too similar to the previous session, but this one, I'm going to look at the footage, and presumably we're going to do that. I don't know if I'm going to be on stream tomorrow or not. Maybe. Do I use deli orbs in these maps? No. No, we're acquiring deli orbs on the map. Yeah. It was all 8 mods. You can check out the beginning. Okay, so if anybody's curious what we did today, coming in way after the fact, just watch the VOD again. Start at like minute, I don't know, minute 5 or something. I do a whole intro in there. You see the YouTube video before it's made. Pretty much uncut in that part. So like you will know exactly what the strat is if you do that. Just rewind the VOD. We're gonna raid Milky BK. Because I'm all about Milky. Temple Extraordinaire. S tier Spelunker. Try the clusters on Blight. What do you think about the passive tree? What did you take? Here, before we go, I can at least show you. This is the passive tree I tried with Blight. I did like 2 Deli Orbs of Paranoia and then the 3 Blight Scarabs. Or 3 Paranoia, 2 Blight Scarabs? I don't remember. The important ones. Anyway, I didn't like it as much, but the tree's still there, so. Guys, enjoy Milky's stream. I'll either be on tomorrow or the day after. We'll keep in touch on the Discord. A video will be coming out probably within 12 hours. I don't know. We'll see. See you next time.